We ready to make another painting together? Let's see. Audio levels. Okay, I think. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to recreate another painting, or, well, a photograph of a musical group that I really, really love. Today we're going to be looking at the Beatles, because today is the 59th anniversary of the Beatles' first appearance on the Ed Sullivan Show, an appearance which was seen by 34% of the American public, 74 million people at the time. It was the most watched moment in human history, or television history. And suffice to say, I don't need to tell you the whole story, but the rest is history. After that appearance on the Ed Sullivan Show, Western culture was never the same, because Beatlemania officially took hold in the United States and in Canada. It had already been going for a couple of years over in England and in parts of France and Germany, but really it took off big time. And so this album, this is the cover of the Beatles album, The Beatles for Sale, which was actually released shortly after this their appearance on TV. But I love this the photograph. I think it's perfect for our purposes. There were lots of other Beatles images that I wanted to do, but I'm a big Beatles fan, so we'll do those other images like Abbey Road, etc. at some point in the future. But today, this is what we are going to focus on. So, look at lots of people in the chat there. Nikki, Pascaline, Deborah, Tadashi says, thanks for quality video. Awesome. And Tadashi says, I've been following your drawing classes from 2020 and learning a lot. Awesome. Thank you so much. So, for today's painting class, what we're going to do is we're going to recreate this very famous image, and let's see the plan for attack today, how we're going to get this done. If you're watching the video after it was recorded, you can jump to the timestamps below, but what we're going to do is we're going to get the image onto the canvas. I'm going to show you how to get this photograph on there so that we don't have to use all of our drawing skills. We can cheat and just go right to the painting. And I say cheat in air quotes. Some people really think it's cheating. I think any artist would use these methods. Leonardo da Vinci used them. Every great artist has used tools to help them. Then we're going to go and apply some color, a stain. That's the Imprimatura. We're going to talk very briefly about the Beatles. I don't think there's much new that I'm going to be able to add to that discussion. Then we're going to do a little bit of underpainting so that we don't lose the facial features here, of which there's 4. Then we're going to do the background and then foreground, and mostly foreground for the majority of this episode. Now, when we do 4 faces, that's going to take some time. So I'm banking probably about 4.5 hours before we get to the side-by-side comparison. So buckle up. I don't mind if people tune in and out and jump back towards the end, but this is a more complex painting. So while it might be fun to experiment if you're just brand new to painting, if you find this a little bit difficult, there are lots of other episodes, 262 other episodes that we've done that are much more simple than this. But if you're up for a challenge, buckle up and join me on this wild ride. Now, if you want to support the channel, please like this video. Do it right now. All of you watching right now, that would be super helpful. And consider taking a photograph of the artwork you've made and upload it to our Facebook group. And you're like, what's the Facebook group? Well, the Facebook group, it grows day by day by more and more people. What are we at? Something like 700 people or so by now. 699 people. One more makes an even 700. And it's an awesome community of like-minded people like yourself. If you're watching me right now, you're definitely going to appreciate this group because there's a lot of people at various different degrees of their painting experience and journey, and you can post your work there, get super supportive feedback from other artists, and once a month I go through the group and I look at all the work and give you free feedback on how to improve your paintings. Now, if you think any of the things we're about to do and have done and feedback, etc. is useful, consider leaving a donation as little as 25 cents through PayPal and the Super Chat. You can send an e-transfer through email by contacting me through the Facebook group or my website. All of those links are down below, and it's thanks to your support, people like yourselves, that keep this whole boat afloat, or car running, if I want to use the seatbelt metaphor. I think there's seatbelts on some boats, right? Okay, so let's get into our first step here. So what we want to do is we want to download the template from the Dropbox. So you'll see that there's one of the very first links is to a Dropbox folder. And this is in our Paint the News Dropbox folder, which is different than the Master Study series we've done. And if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, the most recent one, and you'll see that there's Bigfoot, UFOs, volcanoes, turtles, lots of different kinds of things. Anyway, in here, you'll see that there's 3 files. There's the original photograph, as well as 2 tracings, which I've done. Or, well, the same tracing, just one is a PDF and one's a JPEG. So you can download these and you can print them on your home printer, just as I've done here, and then transfer that image. So let's look at how we're going to do that. So what I've got here, I've got a 9x12 sized canvas board. I like this brand. But I wasn't able to find new of these on... I know I've ordered these off of Amazon for the past few years. They're great. I like them. But sometimes, as you may know, with Amazon, the price can fluctuate wildly. There was a time when these were $2 a piece. Now they come out to like $50, you know, like really expensive. And I'm sure probably a year from now they'll be back down to $2. But there are other options on there, which I think are superior to the cheap ones that you can get from the dollar store for $1. So if you buy them in bulk, I just bought $280 worth of canvas boards, which will roughly work out to about 160 canvases. So that'll keep me busy for the next while. So if you're wondering if I'm about to stop any day soon, unfortunately this I've gotten myself into a bit of a habit, and I enjoy doing this, and I really enjoy the challenge. As well, I think this is great for my mental health, having a community of like-minded people watching and supporting the channel, I think is really helpful for me personally. And so I am forever in debt to those of you that tune in week after week and the new people that are joining up. Now, so what I've done here is I've just taped my sheet to this board. And actually, I should also mention that one of the things that I do... Let me... Can I reach this here? Before I make any painting, and this is definitely... but this is called gesso. This is white acrylic gesso. They do make oil-based gesso, and they do make black gesso, and they do make clear gesso. But white gesso is maybe what it sounds like. It's basically a white paint that has plaster powder in it. And what I do is I brush it on top of the surface, which has already usually been pre-gessoed, and then I let it dry and then sand it. And by doing that, I get a really smooth surface. And you can keep on doing this until it is just like glass. Now, the benefit of putting more gesso on your canvas is it's going to make doing faces and details so much easier. So much easier. Because when you're trying to paint on this really textured surface, it can be really challenging. So this gesso is your best friend. So now what I'm doing is I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper, or graphite transfer paper. Technically, this is graphite transfer paper inside a carbon transfer paper folder, just because I ran out of it a year ago and I bought graphite instead. Same thing. I mean, not the same thing, but it does the same thing. Okay, so let's transfer these. Now, I'm not going to do all these little lines for the hair because all that's going to get lost. So I'm just going to go around the major details here. So let's say like the outer shape of this hair, and kind of where the hairline is. And then we've got our eyes. Now, you know, George Harrison, John Lennon, Ringo Starr, and Paul McCartney are three of the most famous human beings that have ever lived. So trying to make a painting in which we capture their likeness, or in other words, making a painting that looks like them, is challenging. It's tricky. And I'll tell you right off the bat, it's more than likely that a few of these faces that I do today are going to be a little bit awkward. Might not look exactly like these fellows. And while that might be disappointing and frustrating, it shouldn't be surprising, right? I mean, my hope would be to do a perfect job, right? We all hope to do a perfect job. We all hope to be perfect people. But in reality, how often are we perfect? I don't know about you, but there's a lot of people in my life that certainly don't think I'm a perfect person, right? And so we're just going to do our best, and that's going to be good enough, right? And we're not going to beat ourselves up for not being perfect people, for not being robots. And in fact, we want to celebrate the fact that each one of us is going to do something a little bit different, right? That's what separates us from robots, right? A robot can replicate the same thing over and over and over again. And people are going, even the same person is going to do the same thing different over and over and over again. And again, that's a good thing, right? I don't know about you, but I don't want to be a robot. So I embrace my human frailty and weakness. And I like just to think about I'm going to be, this is a learning experience for me, and I get to practice while I'm looking at and thinking about other artists that I really admire. And if I make a painting that looks bang on and perfect, wow, that would be really exciting. That would be so satisfying. But if it doesn't look like them, well, what are you going to do, right? I mean, as long as we kind of think about that we're learning certain things, like how to paint, how to mix colors, how to use color in the right way and in the right places, then likeness should be literally at the very bottom of your list of things to do with this painting, or really any painting in general. You know, when we look at some of the great paintings of all time, most of those were painted, you know, like the Mona Lisa. There are some people who don't believe this, but the Mona Lisa was a real woman. Certain people believe that it's actually a self-portrait of Leonardo da Vinci in drag, which is, you know, if that somehow we were able to prove that would be very interesting. That would be, but most of us believe that the Mona Lisa was in fact a real woman. And we don't have any photographs of what she actually looked like. So we just have to take Leonardo's word for it that it's an incredibly lifelike version of this woman. But it's also possible that after he painted it, she looks at it as like, that's me? Like, I don't think so. Like, next time I'm going to go get my portrait painted by Michelangelo. I think he'll do a better job than you, Leo. So, we don't really have any idea of how, quote unquote, accurate or lifelike or how those paintings by those great artists, in fact, were. So, let's see. Okay. That's not bad. Pretty good. So let's, I'm going to keep this all handy here. Oh my goodness, you guys. Nikki, you're too sweet. Nikki says, we're a lucky bunch having one of the most talented yet still down-to-earth art teachers like you on YouTube. No huge ego, just fun and fab art for us, I guess. Thank you so much, Nikki. I really appreciate that. You guys are so sweet. Yeah, and Pascaline says, I traced it, but I'm going to paint this at my own pace later. Totally. Yes, absolutely. For sure. You know, if you need to stop and pause, take a break, and maybe that break is an hour, or it's a week, or a month, hey, that's also how a lot of painters, pretty much 95% of artists throughout art history, it took them months to complete one painting, because oil painting, if you were to do, especially portraits, often there's many, many, many layers of paint, and those layers of paint have to dry before a subsequent layer is applied, because throughout history, most artists used the glazing method. Now, when I say most artists, I just mean that you know, well, I don't know, we could do the math, but really, there's only been about 150 years of artists that haven't used the glazing method for painting. So again, you have another 2,000 years before that where artists did. Okay, so let's move on to our first step here. Or second step. Wow, we're going so fast. So what we want to do now is we want to stain the canvas with a little bit of color. Now, not every artist does this. There's been, again, and similarly, where there's been a lot of artists that haven't done glazing over the past few hundred years. Also, there's been a growing number of artists that haven't done this method. But, you know, there's a certain wisdom to this, which we can talk about, and I've talked ad nauseum about over the past 200 plus episodes. But essentially what I'm doing here is I'm staining the canvas, or I'm about to stain the canvas, with some warm yellow. Now, traditionally, artists would use a warm red, warm brown to do this, a kind of a earthy, rusty, reddish color. Why am I using yellow? If I've just gone on this long tangent about how important it is to follow the great artists from the past, is because, you know, especially as a beginner's or intermediate level painting, if you use warm yellow, and we can just squeeze it right out of the tube and start painting with it, the differences by the end of the painting are so minor that most people won't notice the difference. So the color I'm about to use here is this Azo Yellow Deep. And I'm going to use what we call a limited palette, and specifically a split primary palette. So we have a limited number of colors, and we're limiting them to 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, plus white. And I almost never use black, and I can't see a reason why I'd use black today either, because we can mix our own black with just these 6 colors. In fact, not even these 6 colors, with 3 of these colors, which I think is just absolutely amazing. Now, if you don't have Amsterdam Paint, and I'm not sponsored by them, they've never paid me a penny, I've never gotten any free supplies, I just think this is probably your best bang for the buck. You get for about $13 to $15 a tube of this is 250 milliliters or 8.5 fluid ounces. That is good enough to last you probably 40, 50 paintings, right? And so if you buy 6 of these tubes of paint, you're talking about $120 investment that will last you probably a year, 2 years of painting, depending on how many paintings you're making, right? So, if you don't, here, let me finish my train of thought here. If you don't have that brand, you can use Golden, which is much more expensive and higher quality, but again, the differences are going to be negligible for most beginners and intermediate artists. Liquitex, Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supply chain, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Daler-Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chroma Color, but not Museum Color. Sorry, Museum Color, you put white in the paint, and therefore we cannot mix a black. We can only get grays with your paint. Why do you put white in the paint? Such a bad idea. Anyway, let's, I forgot to get my water. Here, I'm going to just mute this for a moment. Okay, so I'm going to put some water into this paint here. Now, this is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting. You know, about half and half is probably good enough. And I'm going to stir it up. I feel like today's a great day for Beatles puns. So, I'm not a great punner, but I do enjoy a good pun. I have a number of friends who are expert punners and love to, once they get going, it's just one after another. So, should you feel compelled to make any witty puns throughout today's episode, it would be greatly appreciated. I don't know if that's a dad thing or like dad jokes, but I like to think of puns and the enjoyment of puns as a mark of sophistication. But I'm sure there's a sizable number of people who just think of a pun as a reason to groan. Ugh, not another pun. Okay. So again, you don't need to do this, but I do think, following the lead of someone like Leonardo da Vinci and great masters of the past is helpful. After all, there's a reason why we still appreciate them 500 years ago, or 500 years later. But I think this is just going to kind of help the process. It's going to make it, I just think if the colors don't bunch up next to one another and we have a little bit of gaps in between them, instead of white paint being there, we're going to have some of this yellow, or again, red or brown. And that's often just sort of gives the painting this look of slightly more professional accomplishment, because it's certainly not the way most beginners are taught to paint. So it immediately just looks like, oh, this is really well done. How did you do that? It looks more complex than your standard beginner's artwork. And of course, you can also use purple and green or orange, whatever color you might like for the Imprimatura. Although I would say maybe lighter is better, right? So maybe you don't want to go like, I mean, for instance, you could paint black as an Imprimatura, right? And then you would have a, that's how like the dogs playing poker on velvet is painted, which is coming up. If you've been wondering when I'm going to get to that, it's coming up in the next few months. And I'm hoping to actually paint on actual velvet for that episode. So subscribe if you haven't already to get the good stuff. Okay, just before I move on here, I'm just going to put paint on my palette so that when we get to the next step, we can just burst out of the gates running. Because I'm probably not going to spend too long talking about Beatles history here, although I'm a big fan, because especially over the past little while, there's been a lot of new video and stuff coming out, documentaries. So, oh yeah, let's. So there's a wealth of information that is already out there. And by the way, I also keep all of these extra little things when I clean out these palettes, and I keep a little stack of them here so that I can use them on this painting. You may remember this from, you know, a couple of years ago, this J. DeFeo painting, The Rose, which I love. And so I keep these and I cut them up and I use them to help build this texture, right? And you can see here, there's a, right? And so this is a very famous painting by a great American woman, artist, and I also use it just to continue building my painting, that painting. And little scraps of it just fell off onto here. So let's just, while I notice them, get those out of my paints. Oh yeah, let's get some of my warm red here. I do notice that often the warm red is used probably the least, or at least by me. Which is often why it ends up in a jar, because I end up scooping it up and putting it back into the jar at the end of the episode. So you may want to maybe use the cool red as needed, right? That might be a little bit of a tip. Okay, let's move that out of the way. Let's leave that there. Let's go back to... Okay, so let's just take a couple of minutes pause while our Imprimatura dries, and let's just talk a little bit about the Beatles themselves. Again, if you haven't joined the Facebook group, do that right now while we're watching. Okay, so let's look at the history of the Beatles. And just for those of you that may not be familiar with geography, the Beatles are originally from Liverpool, which is kind of northern England, and was at the time a very kind of pretty rough working class city. Liverpool and Manchester were a couple of the was like the industrial heart of England for really a century or so leading up to World War II. And Liverpool and Manchester were devastated by bombing, aerial bombardment by the Nazis in World War II, which obliterated, you know, the shipping yards and ammunition factories and all that existed up there. So, when the young men who grew up to become the Beatles were growing up in Liverpool, they you know, each one of them. In fact, let's just do a quick little. So you have John Lennon is born in October 9th, 1940. You have Paul McCartney, June 18th, 1942. George Harrison, 25th of February, 1943. And Ringo Starr on July 7th, 1940. So Ringo, I thought Ringo was even older than that, but that's interesting. Ringo's only just a few months younger, or older, sorry, than John Lennon. Paul McCartney, born a couple years afterwards, and a couple years after, or a year after that, is George Harrison. That's interesting too. I thought George Harrison was much younger than Paul McCartney, but he's less than a year. Okay, you learn something new every day. But so all of them are born during World War II, and they probably have no memory or had no memory of it, but that was a pretty stressful time in the history of England, and the Commonwealth of which Canada remains a part of. So they grew up in a city that was really devastated by World War II and trauma. There's you can just imagine all of the mostly men who fought in World War II, who returned pretty shell-shocked and messed up, quite frankly, from the things that they had seen and done or had been done to them in World War II. So I think that working class attitude, many of them had kind of difficulties with both of their parents, and their fathers or absent fathers, especially John Lennon, and then kind of in John Lennon again, also a confused relationship with his mother. But I think that also kind of plays a big part into the kind of music that they made, which I think was all about connection and bringing people together, celebrating the life that we have, and not taking it for granted. And I think that spirit of generosity and community is also a big reason why the Beatles became so popular, in that they were really invested in spreading love, right, and focusing on the brighter side of human nature rather than on some of the darker aspects that I think we all share, right? So I think that's really what we could talk for hours about why the Beatles are so popular, but when I think about that, I think that they, in the face of a gloomy world that they grew up into, chose to project or reflect the most positive aspects of humanity. So the record that we're going to be looking at today, Beatles for Sale, and specifically the image that is used on the cover, which again, there's lots of different images of the Beatles over the years, and I will do more of them. But this album, interestingly enough, is sort of considered to be often really one of the worst albums that the Beatles made. Like, let's just look at the tracks. I think there's track listings on here, right? Is there? There's a number of songs on here which are probably not major hits for the Beatles, and a number of them there's kind of like versions of other songs that they had been playing. Like the Beatles, when they're at this stage of their career, they are putting out 2, 3, 4 albums a year, and they're going into the studio and cranking music out at a pace that is remarkable. If you get the chance, there's a couple of documentaries that have come out recently. There was the Get Back? Now I'm trying to remember the Apple Plus. Get Back. So let's just look at. I want to show that. But that's not what I want. It's about... oh, here it is. Okay. Rick Rubin. Okay, so I just want to show just a couple things that I think are just amazing, and if you're watching this in 2023, 2024, 25, you've got to spend 8 hours of your time watching the Beatles Get Back documentary. Well worth the time if you're even at least a bit curious of the Beatles. Especially the first episode is incredibly well edited. Like, just sucked me right in. I was like, oh, I don't know, 8 hours? And then I realized I've spent 8 hours watching The Walking Dead season 4 that was garbage, you know, like, and here's something that's actually really fascinating to watch. Much better use of your time. But this is highly recommended, and it all leads up to their final, really one of their very final performances on top of the Beatles, or the Apple Records building in downtown London. And yeah, just, I think, very fascinating experience. Another thing that is highly recommended is another, I think it's 3-episode documentary or interview by Rick Rubin, who's a very famous music producer. And the two of them are talking really technically about kind of how these songs are constructed. And I think what's absolutely fascinating about that documentary is just how McCartney talks about how they would go into the studio and they would record 3 songs in the morning and 4 songs in the afternoon after a 30-minute lunch, and that's what they would do. And there was no question in their minds that this is not how things are done, that they would write and record songs that would go onto an album in a day, and record, like, over the course of 2 or 3 days, an entire album's worth of music, and then they go back out on the road and tour for another 8-9 months, or, well, maybe like 4 months, come home, record another album, go back out 4 months, right? And it was just, so one of the reasons why this particular album, The Beatles for Sale, is sort of considered to be maybe not the best, is that really this comes after them touring constantly for about 4 or 5 years, like every day almost, performing in a different city around the England and Europe and now in the United States, and they are exhausted. Like, it's, as much as we were like, wow, how lucky to be the Beatles and to make hundreds of millions of dollars, really their entire, teens and 20s were spent, on the road, in the studio, and they really had very little of a quote-unquote normal life during this entire time. What else do I want to talk about here? Are there any songs here? If we look at this, Rock and Roll Music, which is a Chuck Berry song, is actually a very famous song that obviously Chuck Berry wrote, but their version of it is a pretty rollicking, fun kind of tune. And one of their kind of hits that they really perfected while they were playing in Hamburg, Germany, before Ringo Starr even joined the band, right? They would play these 8-hour-long sets. They play for 2 or 3 hours, take a 20-minute break, come back and play for another 2-3 hours, and then they play, all the way until like 3-4 in the morning, right? So you can imagine if you're playing 8 hours a day for a couple of years, you get pretty good. And they're anybody who's shouting a song out, they could probably figure it out pretty quickly. 8 Days a Week is another pretty strong song. That would have been one of the big singles. Everybody's Trying to Be My Baby. I like that one. I usually see that's one of the least played songs on here. I'll Follow the Sun, pretty good. Some of these ones, honestly, I can't even... I'm sure I've heard them, but the titles aren't sparking any memories here. Yeah, let's Pascaline says, my boyfriend asked me before dinner, Beatles or the Rolling Stones? And that spoiled my appetite. That's a good question. I've been a big fan of both of those bands for a long time. My father had a big record collection. It still does, but I don't think those records have been used in probably 40 years. But since he invested in CDs and stuff. There's been times where I've preferred or listened to maybe the Rolling Stones a little bit more than the Beatles, and then back and forth. But I think it's an interesting discussion to have. But they're so different. Their music is so different. The Rolling Stones are so much more of like a, in a way, kind of more like a rock band. When I think like that kind of more traditional type of, like going back to like Chuck Berry, kind of more rollicking, wild, a little bit rougher around the edges, which they did very specifically to gear their image to become kind of the anti-Beatles, the bad boys kind of thing, versus the Beatles kind of were gearing their kind of marketing to being kind of the boys next door, at least for the initial maybe 4 or 5 years of their existence, until they kind of went to India and started going into a totally different direction. But it is, I'd be interested to know if other people feel very differently, or there's some people, probably if you're watching right now, you're probably a Beatles fan, but I'm sure there's other people that, maybe are just watching because they like the channel, but are like, yeah, I'm a much bigger Rolling Stones fan. Okay, let's move on to our first step here, our fourth step, wherever we are on our journey. So what we're going to do next is we are going to paint an underpainting here. And actually, I'm just going to blow dry this really quickly before we move on here. Did I unmute that? Oh, yeah. I just realized Pascaline was making a little joke I missed. Is it Beatles or Stones for dinner? Oh, you mean like rocks or bugs? Okay, gotcha. Ah, very, very funny. Okay. So, what I want to do next here is I want to paint a little bit of some lines on the faces so that maybe I don't lose some of the facial features. And that's one definition of underpainting. Some people would say what I'm about to do for the next couple of hours would be the underpainting. So, everyone's got a different definition for every art technique and approach, right? But essentially, if we start painting, I would be totally confident doing all of this without doing any underpainting, but just for the sake of demonstrating a technique that might be helpful for a few people, is let's mix a color. And usually I do a black, but maybe let's just take a moment just to think, does it need to be a black? Should it be a black? I'm just thinking we could do a brown, we could do a red, dark red. Let's do something a little bit different, just so you can see, because I've done black 100 times. So let's do a kind of a dark red, I think, kind of a brownish red. So essentially, what I'm going to do is here, I'm taking my warm red and my warm blue. And if I mix these together, I get a really dark, purpley brown color. And the more blue I put in here, the darker it's going to get. But, you know, I think that's going to be fine. You know, I'm not even going to bother putting any yellow in there. If I put yellow in there, it's just going to go a little bit more brown and less purpley. But, you know, I think that's going to be okay. I really just want to get a couple of lines in place here so that if I get a little aggressive with paint later on, I'm not totally screwed. I'll still have some of those lines poking through, telling me where a nose is supposed to go, or lips, etc. And you know, we could use any color. The reason why I chose kind of a brown is just that it'll probably complement the face well. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't really think it's going to make that much of a difference at this stage, to be quite frankly. I mean, maybe I could have just chosen cool blue, perhaps, instead, just something random. And maybe I'll do that more often, just to show people that there's lots of different ways of doing the same thing. So another thing that's might be kind of helpful is just identifying the jawline, so that if we paint like a color along their chin, that we'll be able to know the difference between the chin and the neck, right? It's interesting seeing this photo just thinking about it as I was doing the outlining. I was like, oh, I didn't realize Ringo was shorter than everybody else. Maybe that's something everybody else knew, but I was looking like, oh, huh. I guess I kind of made some weird... Maybe it's because Ringo almost always played on like a little scaffold in behind the rest of the group, that he was always kind of a little bit higher than everybody else so maybe I just in my mind thought, oh well, he's also taller than everybody else. I made this, but obviously that's not the case here. Now, you might be compelled to use a Posca pen for this. And that might be a good strategy for later on in the painting, to finish the painting. But one thing I've learned with Posca pens is they tend to smear and smudge when they get wet, even weeks after they've dried. So it might not be a good place to use Posca pens for here, because if we're going to paint wet paint over top of it, and if we're not careful, we might smear those lines, and then, woo, that's another problem right there. Okay, I think that's probably good enough, right? I mean, these are also all very handsome guys too, right? So when you're thinking like, because I hear all the time like the Beatles are way overrated, or you sometimes hear they're actually surprisingly underrated. I mean, I've had those discussions and arguments with people many times. I also think anyone that I've talked to who's seen the Get Back documentary will say like, wow, the Beatles were incredible, even better than I thought they were. Versus most people I've talked to who haven't seen that documentary, I've actually heard them say the exact opposite. Like, they're so overrated. I'm so sick of the Beatles. So I don't know. Maybe it's after immersing yourself with 8 hours of footage of the Beatles, you're like, wow, these guys are pretty cool. Deborah, I love these. Deborah says, okay, Rick accepted your pun challenge. This is really his post, so I'll just let it be. Deborah says, or maybe Rick says, the Beatles looked out for one another in preschool. What is the second letter of the alphabet? The teacher asked Ringo. But Ringo wasn't sure, because Ringo had found himself in a time of trouble. John came to him and whispered words of wisdom. Let her be, let her be. That is pretty funny. That's good. That definitely speaks to my soul as a lover of puns and dad jokes. Chef's kiss. Beautiful. Thank you, Deborah. That's great. Okay, so let's move on to our next step here. So now that we've got some of the underpainting, these lines on the faces done, and we're going to let that dry, let's move on to the background. And we're going to start painting some of the color that's in there. Now, really, there's very little background to speak of, and it's very kind of blurry, out of focus. It looks like they're probably in a park somewhere, and this is a tree that's kind of growing out of Ringo's head there. And then we have, one of the things I love the most about this painting is that green and orange right in the foreground, and you can see there's even a little bit on George's hair there. I suspect that's like a plant or some flowers, and the photographer's just getting down a little bit lower, and so they're kind of shooting between some, I guess, like some kind of vegetation, and we get those kind of glowing effects. So that's something we're going to work on as well. We're going to save that for a little bit. So mostly we're just going to work on the area above their heads. So looking at that, I think we're going to use a cool yellow and white. Mostly that's what we're going to do there, I think. I'm just debating, do I want to make a gray or anything in there? There is a bit of a peachy quality, even a little bit of purple. Let's start with the most obvious though. So let's get our white, and we're going to need a lot of it. Well, maybe not. Well, let's just put a bit of it back here. You can always mix more as needed be, and take some yellow. We'll put these side by side here. Maybe I did put a bit too much white, or not enough white. Put a bit too much yellow, I mean, in there. Okay. So I think that's pretty good. It might be a little bit on the yellower side of things, but it's always hard to make those judgments until we see it on the painting itself. Now, sometimes I'll dilute the paint with a little bit of medium so that some of the yellow shows through of the Imprimatura, but since we're painting basically a yellow on top of a yellow, I don't really feel that need to do so here. One thing you'll see that I'm kind of overlapping their hair just a little bit. That way I can bring the hair back out. Because if I don't do that, one thing I might end up doing is expanding their heads to cover the background a little bit so that there's no gap between them. And that might have the unintended effect of making their heads appear bigger than they were. Now, I'm sure some people would say, well, that's just about right. They were a bunch of egomaniacs who thought they were on top of the world, and so you've done them justice by painting their massive craniums. So I'm sure if you wanted to give them huge heads, you could. And then I'm just going to get a smaller brush here and get into areas in between. Okay. So I want to be a little bit careful. Like, these areas are almost always tend to be a little bit thinner because I'm using a smaller brush to paint them. So one thing I have to notice is when I apply paint like that, it might end up being slightly lighter or sort of like less opaque than some of the other areas where I applied it with a much larger brush. So what I'm just going to do here before I move on is I'm going to blow dry this really quickly, and then I'm just going to paint this area, these little bits that I used a smaller brush to get into those details again, just to bring them up to the same level of opacity as the rest of the painting. Okay, so let's just do this again, just in this area. I think I'm happy enough with the area above their heads. So we're just making that area in between just a little bit more opaque. Okay. We'll just clean this up. So the next thing we'll do is we're going to start putting some of the, like the tree and a little bit of that, those out of focus areas in the background into this image. And I'm going to try not to get bogged down into details here and just keep moving forward, because sometimes I just get obsessed with the background. Because the backgrounds are important to paintings. I think we think of them as just like elevator music that can be forgotten. But in a lot of paintings, the background is like the foundation that really supports and makes the foreground glow, right? So spending a little bit of time there isn't time wasted. In fact, sometimes it's a great place to play and experiment, because maybe it's not the thing that people necessarily spend the most time looking at. So you can kind of, you know, be a little bit sloppy, warm up in those areas, and then when you're all, you know, geared up and stretched and ready to go, you can tackle the more quote-unquote difficult areas in the faces. Oh, and there's Lolly's joined the chat, says, just in time for the good stuff. Hi, everyone. And I saw Shiva's watching as well, says hi. Hi, Shiva. Great. Okay. So let's take a look at the original. How do we want to do this? I think probably the next step is painting this tree. If we even want to paint it is kind of the question. That's the question, isn't it? Let me just think for a second. Would it? Well, I don't know. Do I have to? You know, probably in retrospect, now that I see them side by side, one thing I might have been inclined to do would have been to move, you know, my template up so that their heads were higher, and then just spend more time with these big glowing shapes in the bottom. And in which case, if I had moved everybody higher, there wouldn't be so much empty space up here, and I would probably easily get away with not having that tree there. But let's put the tree in since it's there. So to do that, we're gonna mix our cool blue and white and yellow. But I'm gonna do it here because I'm gonna use this for a different color here in a moment. So I'm gonna take my cool blue and cool yellow here. Let's make it a bit more bluey. And I'm going to take a little bit of warm red. Now, if I put this in here, we're going to get, if I put enough red in there, it'll go black, right? And I don't want it to go black just yet, especially in the background. So I'm going to put a little bit of that in here. And I'm going to put a bit of white. So basically, it's a little bit on the gray side, this color, right? So this is normally like a teal, but here it's no longer has quite the punch that we might want it to have. A lot more subdued. And that'll also kind of help keep it in the background. I almost wonder if that's going to be too dark. Let's start with it. And actually, even before, I'm trying to think, how should I approach this? Let's put a little bit of glazing fluid in this. So glazing fluid is a medium that we would want to use instead of water to thin the paint to make it more transparent. It has a few different effects. One is that it keeps the paint, the integrity of the paint together, so that it doesn't start breaking apart. Because if we add water to paint, that's how we clean our brushes, right? So it's kind of like a glue. And then it also has a slow dry property, which slows the paint from drying and allows us to do a little bit of blending. So I'm going to put a bit of this on my palette here. Because I want to get a little bit of a fuzzy edge on here. So now I'm going to take another brush. Take a dry brush. I just cleaned some of these brushes right before the show started, so I just want to make sure I got a brush that's nice and dry. Okay. And now I'm going to start with this line here. Okay, so I just did that completely wrong. So if we want to fix it, I'm just going to take some water, rub that right away. And so if this is nice and dry, I can do that no problem. I'm going to blow dry that and we'll just do it again. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going for kind of a soft edge. Okay. Now I think what I want to do is just have a little bit of fun with a slightly few different colors here. I'm going to take a bit of purple and do the same thing to it. Because I do see a little bit of... did I blow dry that? I'm just going to blow dry that. Hi, what is going on here? I mean, that I'm not surprised by that smudging happening, but the outside here, maybe I'm just not using enough fluid here. There's a bit in the background over here. Yeah, there we go. I just wasn't using enough glazing fluid. Okay. Now, just gonna clean that brush. Let's do some with the cool yellow and a little bit of cool red. And I'm just gonna wipe off a bunch of excess paint off of here. That's probably another thing that I was doing incorrectly. Let's get our glazing fluid in here, so mostly glazing fluid, really inundate it. Okay, I'm gonna take a bit of my white and maybe, you know what, I'm gonna put a bit of glazing fluid in here too. Okay, let's blow dry that. Okay, I'm just going to continue. Let's take some of our orange now. So I'm making, you know, where I'm painting these, I'm getting smaller and smaller from where I originally was. And you know what? Actually, I'm going to do a little bit of, like, they almost have a little bit of a halo around their heads too, don't they? Okay. Lolly asks a good question. How do you plan for your classes here on YouTube? Do you think in the days before how you'll paint certain things or what techniques you'll use, or do you just decide in the moment? Usually like months and months in advance, I think about these things. And I'm always doing kind of research, and, you know, I'll read something in the paper about, you know, something happening or upcoming anniversary. And I want to just like, oh, that would be cool if we did a painting about that. And then, so it's often I kind of start with the calendar of interesting things on the horizon. And I'm also looking at lots of different artists and often think about like what their birthdays are. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's a great artist. Oh, when are they born? Oh, it's in March. Oh, that would actually be perfect because I don't have anything I want to do yet for March or something on that specific day. And that was perfect. Their birthday's around that same time. So it kind of gives me an excuse to think about exploring them on a certain day. And then techniques, absolutely. Especially I'll think like, oh, we've done a lot of portraits lately. Let's do a landscape or an animal. So yeah, usually kind of begins with the artist, and then moves from there. I did it again. I knew it was gonna happen. Sometimes I do things and I know what the result's gonna do, and I just do it anyway. not happy with that. Now I'm going to go back to my darker color here. Let's put a bit more glazing fluid there. Just going to blow. Okay, I think I'm going to move on from the background. That's not as dark, that tree or post or whatever we might want to think about it is, and neither are kind of these circles as saturated as they are in the original. But I also don't know what the foreground's going to look like yet, so I don't want to make the background too dark, too saturated, before I have a closer, better idea of what the faces are going to look like. So I might want to go back into the background and do some more work there before I fully commit to that area of the painting. Pascaline says, what is your favorite Beatles song? That's a great question for everybody. What's my favorite Beatles song? Oh man, I like Hey Bull. Is it Bulldog? Bullfrog? I like Bulldog. Hey Bulldog. I like Ballad of John and Yoko. I love the whole Abbey Road medley. Two of Us is one of my all-time favorite songs by any artist. I love that. And that's a song that features prominently in the new the Beatles documentary, Get Back, because it's often seen as like a conversation or like a kind of a love song between Paul and John, right? Okay, so let's now move on from the background to the foreground. You can see I've blow dried this so much that this kind of is warped. It settles down as it cools down, but it's always like whoa, why is this coming up off the table? Because I've been blow drying in this area for the past 20 minutes. So what I want to do now is I want to start painting faces, hair. Actually, probably we'll spend the next maybe couple of hours mostly painting faces, getting a little bit of the hair in, and then, so that's really where we're going to spend the majority of the time, is on the faces, not surprisingly, since another reason why I chose this image is there's not too much busyness in the background, you know, because we don't want to spend too much time on there, even despite how important it is. So let's just take a look at their faces again. One thing that works in our favor for painting these particular individuals is they all have very similar skin tones. You know, it's not like we're painting people from all over the planet where we've got very different, but yet subtly different shades of skin tones. This will allow us to mix basically one skin tone for the entire painting. There we go. So to mix a Caucasian skin tone, what we want to do is we want to take our warm yellow, and this is our basic. Remember, we took our warm red and our warm blue. We could just mix this in here, but I really want to start with mostly warm yellow and a little bit of warm red. Maybe that was even too much. Let's take a bit more warm yellow. And just a little bit of warm blue. And then some white. And let's just... So right now that's very orangey. So let's put more white in here. That's pretty good. We're getting close to like a local color. Now every skin color has, you know, there's going to be more red, more blue, more green, more yellow in there. But I think that's pretty good to start with. All right, so I'm just gonna, let's see. So I clean this brush off. What's your favorite Beatles song, Pascaline? And to anybody else watching right now. Some people really love the early Beatles and detest the later Beatles. And some people feel the opposite. I like all of the Beatles, but I would, I'd say probably I really like the very early Beatles, the kind of rockin' stuff they were doing in the Cavern Club and in Hamburg, the stuff with Stu Sutcliffe and Pete Best and that original kind of lineup. I like some of the early British Invasion stuff, but I really, probably, most all the albums of theirs that I own are like Abbey Road, white, quote unquote, white album, which is actually titled The Beatles, or the self-titled album, but it's most people know it as the White Album. Revolver. Yeah, those would be probably my. I mean, Sgt. Pepper's is great. There's actually some pretty good stuff on the Yellow Submarine album. Great question. Okay, so now what I want to do is let's start painting these faces. And what I want to try to do is I want to find shapes on the face. So I'm going to try to paint, rather than just paint the whole face, I'm going to try to look for specific shapes in here. And we're going to do this together. Kind of slow. Well, I don't want to go too slow, but so I want to start with big areas of color. So I'm going to paint kind of more of the lighter parts of the face. Okay. We're just going to go right across here with this color. Okay. Now, I'm not going for all of, like, just going for the kind of the most basic areas here where I see dramatic kind of highlights. And it's okay if you get the shapes quote-unquote wrong. You know, it's not an exact science. We had 100 of the greatest portrait painters of all time together in the room. We'd have 100 different results here. Especially at this stage. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify this a little bit. Let's add a little bit more red into this mixture. Oops, sorry. Okay. So this is sort of my fast way of getting things done. Obviously in the past we've done sort of kind of glazing, gone quite much slower here, but I've got a lot more space that I've got to fill in. I've got 4 faces to work on, so that method works great if we got lots of time. This is sort of the much faster way of doing things. Okay. One thing I do notice is, let's just maybe just zoom out for a second, is that because I mixed this paint here on George's face, that pink, it's a little bit more saturated and intense than it is elsewhere. So I'm actually just going to go back over the other faces here and just darken them, or give another little coat of this pink to it. Let's do the lips really quickly. I'm going to take a little bit more red. So it's likely that for the next like 20 minutes that they're going to look like a whole bunch of like 4 drag queens, right? Like this is RuPaul's Drag Race or something, right? That's not going to surprise me at all. In fact, now I'm going to just go for a smaller brush. Here. I think George is the one I'm most worried about here. I found that drawing him to be quite difficult. Especially this photograph. He appears both like very youthful. He's the youngest of all of them. And yet also has this kind of, you know, ancient, wise face. Oops. Okay, let's zoom back out. So, again, if you're painting this painting along with me, you're probably going to get to a point just like this where you're just like, oh no, this is horrible. What have I done? Okay, just let's give up right now. Okay, there's no hope. This is a disaster. Let's throw all these paints in the garbage. Oh my goodness, what am I doing with myself? I should be doing something else with my time. Let's do skydiving, violin, anything else but painting. I'm clearly horrible at this. Just just take a deep breath. This is part of the process. What we're doing is we're getting in all of these kind of rosy, reddish colors. We're going to go in and we're going to use other colors, some blues and purples on these faces. Have no fear, we're going to get there together. In fact, I just wonder right now, I might mix my black right now so that I can make a gray. So I'm going to take my cool blue and warm red. Let's mix that together. Very dark color. And then let's take some yellow and bring that in. Kind of a bluish gray, so just need more red in here. And now let's go swing the other way. So I'm mixing this gray because I'm going to paint this in the eyes, the whites of the eyes. And you might say, shouldn't whites of the eyes be white? Well, maybe if there's no shadows here, but these guys with their mop top hairdos have, you know, their eyes are kind of shrouded in a lot of shadow. So if we painted them like pure white, they would probably look like they're in a horror movie or something. Their eyes would be kind of glowing like demons of some kind. So if you think that the Beatles are demons, that and maybe you think we should burn their records like they had at one point been burned, and go right ahead and make them really bright white eyes. We can always tone it down later with a little bit of a glaze and darken them a bit. Like so Ringo's eye right here, this one's got a little bit more white. Okay. So this is roughly, this is where I want to be when I'm making my painting. I think I'm going to move on now to the hair. Because one thing is I often find people spend a lot of time on faces, forget that hair is a big part of our identity, and just drive themselves crazy with the with the faces and like noses and mouths, and it's not right, and painting, wiping it out, and cleaning. Let's get the hair, and the hair, especially this era of the Beatles where that haircut is so iconic. We'll start painting in their jackets, cover up most of this yellow, and then the painting's going to kind of reveal itself to us as to what we need to do with the faces. So let's mix a brown color for the hair next. So let me see, can I use any? Let's mix that down here. Let's take our warm red. Let's take our warm blue. I think we're gonna need a bunch of it. And warm yellow. Oops, sorry. So we're mixing kind of like a really dark orange, and then we just take as much warm blue as we want in there to get brown hair. And again, they all have very similar hair cuts and hair colors, which makes life a little bit easier for us. Now, I'm not going to go full on dark brown yet, because I want to be able to have some lighter areas in their hair. So I'm going to start with a bit of a kind of a medium brown, and then that way I can go darker and potentially a little bit lighter as we go. So now I'm overlapping back over top of some of the background. Remember I said it's ideally if we can paint a little bit of those black lines or the white over top of the head so the head doesn't have to expand too far. So their hair does touch here, but I'm going to just hold off before painting that. I can always paint that darker later on. This is just a blob of extra paint that I had on there on my brush, and I just wiped it off so I had more control when I was painting Ringo there. Okay. Yeah, we can always adjust all those and bring the hair down even lower later on. Let's just take a look. Okay. I'm going to let that dry for a few minutes, and I'm going to paint the bottom half, which is that black. So let's take, I'm not even going to bother washing my brush. Let's take some of the warm red again. We're going to need a bunch of it. So take that warm red, our cool blue, and cool yellow. And let's just mix this all up. And make our own black. Right now, it looks to me like it's a little bit more on the brownish side, which means I've got a little bit more warm red in there. So let's take a bit more warm or cool blue and cool yellow. And that will neutralize it. Perfect. Okay. I'm just gonna grab a bigger brush. Make my life a little bit easier. And let's just see how we want to do this. Let's just take our black. Do I want to, I was thinking, should I put any glazing fluid in? I think I'm just going to go right to this. This black scarf here. see, here's a bit of the background I forgot to paint in, so we'll do that here shortly. Let me take some warm blue. Okay. So you can see, like, now that I've got a little bit of hair and their clothing, maybe some parts of the face might have improved a little bit. But by not even touching the faces, right? That's the weird thing about doing a painting like this, is things can change without touching the very thing that you think needs to be changed. Somewhere in there, there's like a life lesson, I think. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but if I thought about it for a little while, I'm sure something would occur. Now, these areas here, that's going to be a challenge. So, let's just quickly lay in some color in those places, just for now, I think. So, I'm going to make take this and make a warm green. Sounds kind of counterintuitive, but I'm going to put this in the foreground underneath this color here, so that when I eventually do put my cool color over top of it, I've got a bit of more warmth grounding it. And our orange here. Let's do the same thing. Let's take our warm yellow and a little bit of warm red. They all look like zombies. Right. Okay. So this would be probably, if you were if you needed to stop and take a break, this would be probably a pretty good place to do it. Once you've gotten to this place, most of the structure is in place, and then we're going to, like, or if you, let's say, wanted to switch to oil paints, this would be a good place to do that. Okay. I'm just going to take some white right out of the tube here. Just adding, there's a few places in the hair where I didn't maybe go high enough into the hair with skin. So I'm just going to quickly touch those up. Okay. Great. So what have we been painting for, what, 2 hours? And that's where I'm at. So not bad. I'm going to blow dry all of this before I move on to my next step here. Okay, great. That feels... I'm very happy with where the painting's at right now. Is it done? Does it look finished? Would I be upset if people thought this was how I intended it to be when it's done? Yeah, I wouldn't be very pleased with that. And neither should you if this is where your painting is at this stage, or at some stage in your painting, right? You know, I was just listening to an interview with Brendan Fraser, who... or Brendan Fraser, who's starring in that new movie, The Whale, which I have not yet seen, but I was listening to an interview where I guess he starred as the villain in a movie called Batgirl, which they completely filmed and edited and then decided not to release. Like, it was supposed to come out maybe this coming summer, but they decided, no, we don't like it, so we're not going to release it. And so he was just talking about how kind of frustrating that whole situation was, because the studio had saw the film half finished and made a decision not to continue with the film. And he's like, you know, I don't know about you, but I don't like cake half baked, right? I want the cake when it's finished, and then I can decide whether it's good or bad. Not, you know, if you just dip your hand into the cake and like, oh, this is gross. It's like, yeah, well, obviously it's not done. So it's, you know, just because your painting doesn't look fantastic halfway finished, yeah, what's unusual about that, right? Which is why I think you tend to see a lot of the times on YouTube, people will paint one area perfectly, and then move on to another area and do that perfectly. And then so you have all these little puzzle pieces forming. And I guess that is satisfying for some people, because then you feel like, okay, everything is kind of perfect, and I just keep on putting perfect things together. But very, very few painters, like professional artists that you've heard of, ever worked that way. I mean, that might be something interesting for me to investigate. Because it's so funny that 99% of YouTubers who show you how to paint will do this piecemeal, or like everything kind of evolves perfectly in these little chunks, and then you get a finished painting together. It's so funny that majority of YouTubers do it that way, and yet almost virtually no professional artists actually paint in that way. I don't really know any other crafts or genres that are like that, you know, that are so completely diametrically opposed to the way the actual artists work. So anyway, this is, I think, the preferred method of painting. It does though. The reason I understand why people paint in that other way is because when you get to a stage of painting like this, it can feel like you're totally lost. You're like, wow, man, it doesn't look like these people at all. It looks like a bunch of zombies, right? And then it's like, do I really want to continue painting a bunch of zombies? Oh, this is such a disaster. And that's why so many people stop at that stage. But we're going to keep on going. So, because we are not done yet. I think, let's see. So, at this stage, what we want to do is finish the background, ideally, before we do anything more. So, let's look at the background and compare it to our painting and just sort of think about what needs to be done. Do I want to darken this post more? Maybe a little bit. And you'd say, well, let's make it exactly like the photo. Yeah, but I also have the opportunity and the right to make changes from the original photograph. If I bring it out, it's going to be more present than it is right now, obviously. And I run the risk of it competing with with their heads. And while we can accept that kind of thing in a photograph, and it makes a lot of sense, we're like, oh yeah, totally, yeah, this must be a tree. When we do this in a painting, it sometimes I run the risk here of somebody saying, yeah, I don't know about that big dark post and the growing out of Ringo's head. Why did you do that? I go, oh, well, look at the original. I did exactly what the original did. Isn't it fantastic? And so be like, huh, really? I mean, you certainly did. That's exactly what the original looks like. You know, I never really noticed that post behind Ringo's head before until you painted it. And now, gosh, I can't unsee it. That's such a weird thing. And then it's like, yeah, oh, now everyone keeps talking about the post. Even though it's exactly like, but am I going to hang this right next to the album and have both of them and so people can appreciate my genius of how... No, right? So I'm really leaning to just leave that like that. Having said that, I am going to do a little bit more brighter colors in these the highlights back here. So I'm going to take some more cool, let's do cool yellow there and some white. Mix that together. And then I'm going to take my glazing fluid. So we're now getting it just a bit more saturated yellow. And I can also put these in different places than I did with previous layers as well. And get like all sorts of kind of fun colors swirling around. Okay. I'm going to blow dry all of that. I'm just do a little bit more of this in a few places. And if I go a little too far, I can always glaze back with white back into these areas as well. I think people forget that too. So maybe I'll do a little bit of that. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Oh, shoot. Just have to wait for that to come back online. Let's just look at them side by side here. I'm gonna blow dry that, and maybe we'll. really could go further here, couldn't I? I think what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to do a quick little bit of glazing with some white. Really quick. I don't want to get bogged down here, but I might have just gone a little bit far overboard with color. So let's just take some white and come back in here. Ah, we got some yellow on that white. Okay, that's okay. I think it's still going to be more white than it was previously. Again, this is a good reason to do this now because, look, I can sort of fearlessly go over certain areas without worrying so much that I'm going to be painting over their hair and all that kind of stuff. Okay, I think that's probably good enough for the background. All right, let's move on from that. But it is, again, it's helpful to know that, you know, if you go quote-unquote too far, you're not screwed, right? That there's always a way of fixing something. Ooh, it's starting to get cold down here. I'm going to turn my heater on. Hopefully this doesn't create too much ambient noise. And I'm going to quickly blow dry all of that so I don't have to worry about smudging anything. Okay. So, I feel pretty confident that the background is done. I don't think I want to go back in there and do any more work, even though it's not exactly the same as the original, but I think for our purpose it's good enough. And we've already done the first pass on the foreground, the hair and the faces, jackets, clothes, and even these kind of glowing shapes in the very foreground. So now what we really want to do is finish the painting. So what we're going to start out by doing is painting the faces, and we're going to get the faces maybe 80% complete. Not complete, but we'll get them about 80% done. And then we're going to do the hair and the clothes and the spheres, and then we're going to do the finishing touches on the face. And it's quite likely that we're not going to have any likeness at all, but it's quite likely that we won't really get the likeness we want until the very, very end of the video. So just withhold your judgment to the end, and if by the end nothing changes, then you'd be like, see, I told you, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But just, or even just with yourself, just be like, okay, let's just keep on going forward. Let's not get, let's just, well, it's not turning out the way we want. Let's just have faith. Let's just keep on going. You never know. Okay. So, let's see. I'm just wondering. I might go start with Paul on the right and work my way left this time, just so that maybe I can, yeah, usually I work left to right, but that's what I was working left to right before, so maybe we'll do right to left, who knows, right? It's always kind of nice just to switch things up a little bit. So let's compare where these two paintings are the original with ours thus far. So, let's, well, actually, what should be the next color? I think what I want to do next is I want to paint some kind of darker values in the face, and then probably go to highlights and then outlines, like for the eyes, and then see where we're at. Right, so let's go darker, and in this instance what I want to do is I want to go for like a purple color, like a blue, right? So like this kind of very these darker colors under here, which sometimes can even be green, and let's see how that works. So let's start by mixing. So here's our skin tones that we started with, and so maybe we'll need to mix a little bit more of that now that I see. Gray Man says, I love your mustache. I wish my beard grew enough for me to do that. Paula says, hi Michael, are we going to have this new time in the afternoon? I'm okay with it. Maybe. My schedule is all over the place for the next maybe month or so, so maybe. I think next week it'll be a Tuesday, pretty sure. So I know, I apologize. It's that's why if everyone was donating money to the channel, I wouldn't have to worry about doing anything else. You know, if everyone just gave $1, then I wouldn't have to worry about teaching at the university. I wouldn't have to, well, I still have to finish my graphic novel. I'm sure my editor's like, what? Let's finish one thing at a time, Michael. Okay. So what I'm looking for is a bit more of this purpley color. There we go. And so all of the skin tones, you can see, it's just these three colors. Warm yellow, warm blue, warm red. All three warm colors in combination here. And this time, this is the first time I'm using glazing fluid on the face. So now I'm going to paint a little bit more transparently over top of parts of the face. And then I'm also going to use a little bit of a brush just to soften those edges, just like what I did in the background there, right? And I'll even just going to clean this brush off and probably go to a smaller brush now. The remarkable thing about doing stuff like this is you'll see it darkens the dark areas much more, and kind of the lighter areas don't quite darken quite as much. So we can really be quite sensitive with how we apply this. Right, very little change happened there. So essentially it's very subtle, but I've got a little bit of some blues mixing with some of these reds, the fleshy reds colors. And it's just kind of complicating some of those shadows a bit. We're going to do more. This is just the first little pass in this area. And I could have done kind of the same sort of thing earlier with glazing fluid for some of those original shapes, but you know, I kind of wanted just to kind of get going as quickly as possible. You're so sweet. Paul says, if everyone gave $1, friends, it would generate nearly $19,000 each class. That's amazing. Can you imagine? Okay. So I'm gonna do that again. In fact, I want to blow dry that, and maybe I'm gonna add even more blue into the mixture. And obviously we could just keep on doing this over and over and over and over again, dozens and dozens of layers, just like Leonardo da Vinci did. Oh, I said I was going to start with Paul last time. I worked my way to George, and I'm just going to do it this way since I'm right here. So you can see this is markedly more dark, right? Okay. So the top lip is always going to be darker because, you know, it's kind of facing slightly downward. So it's always going to be darker than the bottom lip. Look at that stink face Paul's got here so far. Ugh. Ugh. I don't like broccoli. Ugh. So we'll try to give him a little bit sweeter of a face here as we go. Okay. Let's see. I wonder if I should go to highlights right now or one little... You know, I think I might go to the highlights next and then do some outlining here. So to do this, I think I'm going to go into the center here, take my warm yellow, small amount of warm red, and maybe just a little speckle of warm blue. So even that's darker than I was hoping to make it. Let's just lighten it up even more. I got gray in there. Not bad, but gray is going to dull that down. It's going to be fairly transparent. If there was more gray in there, then I would have probably wanted to remix this. I think I can make that work. So now I just put some glazing fluid in that. So now I'm really trying to pay attention to kind of where this light is that's hitting the face. You know, where, and again, one thing you can do is squint your eyes, look at the original and then look at yours. Where are the shapes of the highlights? Like John's nose is actually really distinctive. Like you can see like that. It's very straight, pointy, right? So we want to make sure we kind of capture a little bit of that. just going to go back to the opposite side here and just do a little bit more. In fact, I'm just going to add even more white. I just got a bunch of yellow on there. Hold on. Now they are starting to get a little bit pasty, these fellas, so we can always kind of warm them up a little bit later with a little bit more yellow glaze or something back over there. Okay. Getting closer, getting closer. Lolly says, really seeing the likeness now. I love how this is looking, Michael. Awesome. It's going in and out, right? That's okay. Paula says, I see PayPal link being attached under now. More convenient. I just sent $40 CD. Happy New Year, Michael. Happy Chinese New Year, Paula. Paula says, hi Lolly, is this new time working for you? And Lolly says, hey Paula, it's much better, a little earlier for me, but even after midnight, etc., I'll always try to find time for Michael's classes. Hope you're well. Paula says, I'm okay with any time. I'm only 1 hour ahead of Michael. Okay. I think now what I want to do is I want to kind of stop with the faces. I want to go to the hair, develop the hair a little bit more, and the clothing, and then we'll have maybe about an hour to do the rest of the bodies, right? So things are time to start to slip away from me, so I've got to stay on track here. So I'm going to take more of my warm blue and mix this in here. So you can take a bit of black, put that in there. Mostly warm blue, though, to get a really dark brown. So I didn't even put any yellow in here. It's just really dark brown. This is great. So now, what I'm going to do, I'm just really going to quickly paint kind of strands of hair on their heads here. So this will be kind of sloppy, but considering I want to try to get this stage done in, you know, maybe 20 minutes max, that's the price I'll have to pay. Okay. let's just quickly move on here. Okay, let's get... Getting just a few of those little hairs is kind of nice, because it just helps give it just a little bit more, you know, it just makes it look like less like a football helmet of a hair and more of, you know, a real person's hair. So you probably can notice, like, from my drawings, that I love drawing hair. And I like painting hair too, but here I'm just having to kind of go as quickly as humanly possible to do this, which is certainly not recommended. But we don't all have infinite amount of time to work on a painting, right? Okay, almost done this little bit of hair. Not perfect, but I'll have to kind of move on and just see if how much of it I can live with. Let's same thing. We got a couple little stray hairs here. even though this is kind of the way the photograph looks, this hair on top of George's head, I think, just makes him look like a turnip or something. So... It's okay. They look like they just got out of the shower and their hair is kind of wet. Well, we're going to darken those anyway, and maybe even add a little bit of green in there. But for right now, we'll move on. Okay. Let's see, I'm gonna need to make some more black. Now we could obviously just use black right out of the tube, and I've got some. But I think it's always so satisfying to mix your own and to practice this essential painting technique. I mean, I could potentially see myself using a little bit of black in their jackets just to kind of add a little bit more depth and kind of separation between each one of them. let's do this blue jacket again of Ringo's. Oh, it says, I see green instead of brown, Michael. In the hair. Yeah, definitely. For sure. Yeah, there's some of that there. I just haven't gotten there yet. Still frantically working away. Lolly says, it's steadily getting warmer here, or should I say less cold. Nowhere near warm yet, but signs of spring on the way makes me happy. Glad to hear I've survived the worst of winter. Well, he says, I'm amazed how Michael whips up 4 awesome portraits at the time it takes me to do 1. Art is like magic, isn't it? Creating something spectacular from nothing. Paul says, I have trouble making them look like males. A lady's looking on mine. Oh no, 4 girls. Well, this is the Spice Girls. Again, that's not surprising. You know, once we start kind of going into the eyes and things, we're going to make them look a little bit more masculine, right? Those kind of red lips and kind of, especially the lips being a little bit more narrow, we're just going to make them look a little bit more feminine, but we're getting there. So let's now take cool yellow and a little bit of cool blue. And white. Put too much white in there. Yeah, I gotta mix that again. Okay. I mean, maybe I could just leave it like that. But I'm going to blow dry that, and we'll get even a little bit more. Okay, let's take some glazing fluid. Okay. Ah, I knew it. I was pushing my luck there. Pushing my luck. It's always that one last brush stroke that does it. Okay, let's... Okay, I'm just going to take more... I want to get this more intensely saturated in the corner here. So let's take more cool yellow, a little bit of cool blue. Okay. Okay, so let's get this orange now. That orange is going to be our warm yellow and red. Wondering if I can get away without any... Well, let's do a little bit with some white down here. Okay. Getting there. So I need a bit more white in here. Okay, so I finally kind of obliterated that hard edge there. It took me a little bit of a while. I probably could have done that earlier, just going with some white and doing that, but it is what it is. But I finally got there. Now I'm going to blow dry it, and then we'll go back in with some orange. Paul asks, what are those green and orange balloons? I have no idea. No idea what those things are. I think it's their flowers, most likely. This is a bad idea, Michael. What are you doing there? Blow dry that. In fact, let's just erase. Okay, I think that might be okay. Not perfect. I don't like that little hard edge there, but I could spend 10 minutes focusing on that. I do, while I'm doing a little bit of this glazing with this orange, it does make me think that maybe I'm going to go do a quick little bit of a glaze over top of the face with a little bit of this orange. In fact, maybe let's take a bit more of the some white. Just bring a bit of warmth back into these faces. I might have just overdid it with a bit of... So for instance... Okay. Oh, you know what? Since Paula was talking about the green, maybe I'll do that right now. Let's take a bit of this cool green. So that's very subtle right now. It's also very, I mean, I can see it on camera it's very subtle. I'm not even sure if that comes across at all. In person I can see it. I do want to be kind of careful about going overboard here with it. We'll just do a little bit more. Sorry, just quickly seeing if... Texting with an A. Okay, I'm just going to quickly blow dry this, and then we're going to start going into the faces, and we'll start to wrap up. Okay. Ooh, I just took my shoes off and I got this, like, you know, mat here to stand on, and that feels really nice on my feet. Maybe I should paint without my shoes on from now on. Oh. It's also nice I'm a little bit lower, too, not so close to that camera. Did I have that muted while I was blow drying, or was that just obnoxiously loud? Anyway. I try to remember to turn that off. Mute. Okay, so now let's go ideally finish the faces. And I think they're going to look very different in about another 20 minutes than they have for the past few hours. Because right now, like up until now, we haven't really had any like darkness in the pupils and irises. And so they look kind of zombie-like, right? And until we get those in, it's also, again, hard for us to really judge how close we are or far away we are on those faces. So... let's look here. So what we're going to do is, do we have any black left? Yeah, we got a little bit of black. And we're probably going to go into that dark black here. We don't always go so dark, but there is a lot of high contrast in this painting. So I might also just take a little bit of glazing fluid and use this in my black so that it's just going to kind of liquefy it a little bit. Now, I want to keep the ratio like 70 to 80% paint to glazing fluid, but it's just also just going to make it a little bit more fluid, so I'm not painting with this goopy, thick, heavy body paint, right? I've got something a little bit thinner. It will mean the paint is, you know, 25-30% more transparent, but if that helps me paint details, then I'm happy painting it again a second time. Oops, let's go and I'm just going to move on from those eyes for a few minutes. Come down to the nose. Okay, I'm going to leave George for a few minutes and come back. We're just going to keep on moving forward. It can also be helpful to have this kind of thing around to refer to when we're doing these lines, the outline. So it's just got to clean that brush off as the paint starts to sneak up the bristles. again. Okay, I got about 20 minutes to finish up. It is interesting that Ringo, who's sort of famous for his kind of big nose, in this image is sort of looking a little bit off to the side, so that it really accentuates his nose, right? It is a kind of, it's tricky to get the eyes to look like they're going forward, and you know, that honestly, that's taken me a long time as a painter to get that to work. And it's just a little bit of, you know, it takes some practice, because often the eyes are kind of going in slightly different directions. So that's why I kind of start kind of small and then build outwards from that central kind of circle. These aren't perfect, but what am I doing for time? Okay, 20 minutes. So, I think at this stage, what I'm going to do is start doing some kind of finishing touches. You know what? Maybe I'm going to do a quick little glaze with these darker colors here, just to speed things up a little bit. Oops. So just taking my black and glazing fluid. And then I'm going to quickly, actually, and before that I'm going to And you know what? I'm going to fix Paul's eyelids here. So Ringo's eyes are really dark around here, right? So I had a likeness there for Ringo, and it kind of disappeared a little bit. Maybe... You know when I'm in a hurry, when I'm not talking too much here, eh? I'm just going to come back in. Okay, I'm gonna take a little bit of, do I have any white left on here? No. Need some more white. And in fact, okay, so I have 5 minutes remaining here. Let me just see what the nanny says. Okay, my daughter's nanny's about to head out over here. It's a 10-minute walk. So, now I'm gonna put a little bit of highlights on these eyes, which aren't actually in the original, but sometimes we gotta do things wrong to make it look right in a painting. So the light is kind of coming from the left. Don't need, I mean, these are tiny little speckles of paint, right? Okay, so I'm just going to take a little bit of white to do some highlights here. So this is just like pure white, and really there's not pure white in the original where these are, but also because I'm a kind of a race against time, this is a quick way of building more contrast, because I ideally would spend more time putting some darker areas in this picture, and I just don't have the time to do that. Okay, let's just take a quick look as we zoom back out. Yeah, in retrospect, maybe I shouldn't have done the kind of little hair kind of wisps off. Maybe I could have just kept them. Kind of a little too late to fix that, I think. I think what I want to do here with just the remaining few seconds that I have is just also darkening again. Let's just glaze a little bit more with black before I'm out of time. Didn't even really notice that Paul had a little bit of a what do you call that kind of chin? Cleft chin. Just widening some of their heads just a little bit. Okay. So I am out of time. I want to do more on this painting, but the nanny is here, so I have got to go. So not a perfect painting, but it's also not the worst painting I've ever made. There's still, I could obviously, I'm painting right up to the end, so there's lots more I want to do. So let's just do a quick side-by-side comparison and check out these paintings and just see how we feel about them. Let's move that out of the way. So let's zoom in. And just take a look. Well, maybe even we can just at the top here, the background. I think we did a pretty good job with the background. Let's see that. You know, again, I made a conscious decision to de-emphasize that tree or post or whatever it was. I could have spent more time here getting some red and orange in there, but again, I didn't. It's the same thing with going too dark. Too saturated colors would also be distracting. So let's just take a look at this here. George was the one I was most afraid of because I had the most difficulty drawing him in the outline. As much as it's as easy as it sounds just to trace something, you'd be surprised how difficult it can be. So I think probably the least amount of likeness with George here, but that was already, I was already a little nervous about that before I even began the painting. I think I could trim his jaw in just a little bit more to get a little closer there. He looks older in my painting, but again, he does have that kind of wise old man, even though he's the youngest of all of them, kind of quality. Here, Lennon I think is pretty good. I would probably just clean up the nose and make it even more narrow there. Maybe even expand his hair also a bit. Let's look at Ringo. I think Ringo's eyes could have been bigger. I made them a little bit smaller. Same thing with George. I tend to kind of do that just as I'm painting. So it's just a lesson for me to remember to make those eyes just a little bit bigger. I'm also kind of made his nose just a little bit more affected just because just to kind of make sure that likeness was there. So I kind of exaggerated that a little bit. And then Paul, for me, this is probably maybe the most disappointing because I was pretty sure I could nail that. I had a little trouble with the kind of puppy dog eyes. There should maybe be a little bit more space above that eye just to kind of get that droopy eyelids that he has there. And yeah, but pretty much there. We're all there. The nanny's knocking at the front door, so I have got to run. If you found today's episode interesting or helpful, please like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, take a photo, upload it to the Facebook group so that your friends can celebrate your artwork or our community, everyone I consider to be good friends. So there's our Facebook page. Join that. And then if you want to support the channel with a small donation, consider leaving a 25-cent donation, $1 through PayPal, the YouTube Super Chat function, or send me an e-transfer via my email, which is on my website, or contact me through the Facebook group. Thank you, everyone. We shall see you guys next week. I think on Tuesdays when our next class will be. And I'll try to squeeze in a feedback episode ASAP. Until then, have a great night, everybody. We shall see you again very soon. Good night.